All right. So I'm back. I don't know. I'll probably fetch the laptop and actually Google plenty of the other endings, which are numerous, and see which one we've missed. I think we've went through most of them. Uh, I will want to catch all the other ones and the way to reach them, basically. Because I'm like done with exploring. I don't know what else to actually here
What could
to
it
do
mean?
here.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So yeah, all the variants here are cool and all, but yeah, I don't know what else to do here. I think I've explored to the maximum. Let me fetch the laptop. Be right back.
Stanley stood for a long time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
And I will put it in my lap like this, so I'll be turned away from the camera, I guess, a little bit. So hopefully you hear me fine. I'll be doing a little bit of Googling. I'm here. I'm on standby. We'll also do the achievement routes. Basically, I will showcase that as well. They have a little bit of a narrative purpose. They do. Stanley Parable, and I'll try wiki, I guess. Is there a Stanley Parable wiki? There's a separate file that's called endings. Easter eggs and secrets. There is something that's called content as well. What is going on? I'm trying to click the left mouse button. Yes, okay. Endings. There we go. Let's go there. Endings. So yes, left door endings. So we went through the freedom ending, I guess. 1.1 is the freedom ending. Obey everything the narrator tells you to do. Pushing the off button, that's when it ends. Countdown ending, when you go on. Museum ending, we will go back there. Mariella ending, we've been there as well. Escape pod ending, we've done that. I will do that again, by the way. Heaven ending and broom closet ending. Okay, I've done all those. Right door ending, confusion ending, right, that's the, which one? Yeah, that's the line. Okay, this is the line, that's fine. Powerful ending, take the right door, go into the warehouse, and drop to your death without boarding the platform. The narrator will applaud Stanley for jumping, then the game will restart. So there is apparently killing yourself in the warehouse area, the one with the lift that takes you across the gap. Oh my god, this fucking webcam is placed all wrong. This is much better. Yeah, there's much more of my face. Yup. I don't know. Shall I just like bring it closer as well? It doesn't make a difference. Really does not. It feels like okay. Wow, much less of my room. I had so much of my room before. Anyway, so yeah, apparently there are a couple of alternatives to the lift to the warehouse area. I will go through that, I guess, as well. Twice. Apartment ending, we actually did that. Non-Stanley ending, real person ending, choice ending. Voice box, we did that. We did that. Zending, take the right door, go into the warehouse, take the lift, and jump off into the catwalk. Game restart. Games ending. Disobey the narrator to the end. Take the right door. Go into the warehouse. Take to the lift. Baby game right. Art ending. Oh my god, the baby ending, or the baby game actually has a... Oh my god, I don't know whether to do this. Coward ending, pre 2 doors room endings. Close the door to your office. Okay, out of map ending, window ending, I know. Serious ending. In Steam, type console in the launch options, run the game. I cannot do that actually. And whiteboard ending, we've actually seen that one. I actually explored everything. Not necessarily discovered, because I knew about most of these things, but there you go. So I guess I will go for the escape pod ending again, because I was actually interested in that, to see if there are any variants. I will try to do the warehouse thing again, just dropping to my death. We will do that one as well. And I don't know, what do I have to do for the whiteboard ending? All right, never mind. Yeah, I will explore these 3 options basically before we decide what to do next. Maybe the baby game. Or we will actually go through the narrative chops. I think going through the narrative chops would be a little better with an audience rather than the baby game. But we'll see. Let's kill ourselves twice in the warehouse, see the variants in that, and after that we will actually go to the escape pod. I guess we'll do that. Other than that, we've actually seen everything. By the way, not that's not entirely true. What was the other thing that I wanted to check? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Achievements, right? I will do the achievements again, basically. So I already showed you how to speed run this game in essence. I don't know that I would have the time actually. Um, that I would be able to make it in time again, and there's no way for me to verify. Since I already have that achievement, I cannot really judge whether I was fast enough, other than to, I don't know, I guess stopwatch myself. But yeah, so there are a couple of things that we can do, and I guess you can actually. I can break this if I. What the hell? Uh, beat the game. There is one from doing the freedom ending. You can't jump. Welcome back. Unachievable. Commitment. Speedrun. Yes. Well, there is a way to reset your achievements. I don't know whether it will actually let me to initiate the response from the narrator on the door 4:30. But okay. So if you go to 4:30, which is actually back, I see. That's in the first room. Wow. We can still get here, right? 4:37, 4:30, right? So this one, when you start clicking it like a madman, the narrator should actually initiate a response where he goes like, "What the hell are you doing? Are you really going to click this door?" X amount of times. I don't know how many times it is. Since I already have that achievement, I cannot show this one either. So that is a little to my dismay. We are missing out something. I don't want to reset.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's not actually necessary to click it. What was it? 430 times. That's what the achievement states. But you click it fewer times, way fewer times. You click other things around the room though as well. And it is a substantial amount of time that you spend here. Anyway, the endings that we haven't seen potentially, there is a powerful ending.
A set of two open. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So, this is one of the endings.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
So yeah, we've actually seen this one, I think on every time we killed ourselves.
Stanley thought to himself, am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
So back
When
to the
Stanley
door,
came to a
we go
set
to
of
the
two
right.
open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door.
But apparently there's a slightly different response when you actually
Stanley was
board
so
the
bad at
platform.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
This
5
lift,
years
right?
ago.
And
Stanley, I
you
think
jump of
perhaps
it
we've gotten off on the wrong
early,
foot
but plunge to your
I'm not
death.
sure.
You're not actually getting on
I
the
realize that
railing,
investing in your
on
trust
the
in someone else
platform.
can be
I'm
difficult,
sorry, on
but
the
the fact is that the story has
catwalk.
been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story
this is
and
still
no one gets to tell
the
him what to
powerful
do,
ending.
Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone.
So let's try it again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her. And so now, if we actually jump off this platform,
but in his eagerness to prove
no,
that he is in
it's still
control of the
powerful.
story
I don't know,
and no
so I
one gets
don't.
to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
How do you
Everyone
actually
thinks
trigger
you
the
are
cold
very
feet then?
powerful.
We are missing an ending, or what is defined as a separate ending on the wiki at the very least. So let's get back to the endings page. Well, okay, I'm having some trouble with the internet on my laptop. Let's try again. That's much better. It's not the website I want anyway, though. Let's go endings. There's a separate page for characters, like what the hell? Cold Feet ending. It has a separate web page, really. Oh, it moves away. Oh, so you're not supposed to kill yourself, or maybe you do. Okay, all right.
Stanley
I didn't
stood for a
quite
long
understand.
time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to
Didn't
see
quite
how
understand
long he
that.
can go without dying.
Oh, the
So
papers.
far, a soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
See weather. Yeah, that's not what I heard yet. I haven't heard that one yet. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So, you activate the platform.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
It's not that far. This is a distance that would kill anybody.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it!
What is this?
Do it! Do it!
So there's apparently a way to actually try to get onto these boxes, I guess. I don't know, to like do a slow descent or something. I didn't quite get it from the page, but well, I can get onto these boxes, but that's about as far as I go. And then I don't know, can I get through onto this chair somehow? Chairs are notorious for being able to get onto in this game, but apparently this one is not. And yes, by the way, the wiki actually describes the only way to speedrun is to use the chair and hop onto the catwalks. So it apparently is an intended mechanic of this game to get onto the railing there. But however, when you jump down there, there is no other Easter egg, no ending. It is weird. It is weird. I don't know what else is there. Did they mean just jump onto the boxes right there to try and slow my descent? I guess so. What if we inch our way around? Okay, alright. This might work, actually. Nope. Wow. I actually made it. What the hell? I'm alive. I don't think that this is possible. Like, if I jump down to the boxes now, will I break? Yeah.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Okay, so that long fall didn't kill me, but that short one at the end did. Okay, that's fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So yeah, this is the whiteboard ending, by the way. We've already had this.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
So this is apparently a
Stanley came to
random
set
event
two
that
open
happens.
doors. He entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's go to the left. And we actually have one more thing to explore here, or rather...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So the broom closet ending is no longer possible, which is well, which is odd.
Here's the door.
No, we don't have the narrator. We've lost him again. I don't know. What happens if we go downstairs now? Do we trigger him again? Oh, this is closed actually. Yeah, we cannot trigger this ending. The madness or whatever ending. So they have their names. These endings have their names. I don't know how to reconcile them with the game. I don't know whether they're like fan names or whether they're like actually. There's a TPS report. That's an Office Space reference, I guess. But yeah, I don't know whether they're like canonical ending names or whether that's just something that the fan community used to label each and individual one. Never mind then. What do we do here? Escape pod ending. Wow, I closed the door behind myself. Behind me. So can we go back to our office? No, our office is locked. And then there's the escape ending. No way to call the elevator. No way to get into these doors. So yeah, I don't know why we don't have the narrator here. This is the highest floor. Still no narrator in sight, unfortunately. Oh no, we still have ways to climb. This is insane. How am I supposed to get the narrator here? Escape pod launch bay. So there is apparently some text that I don't know what it states. I can't read it. Not in its entirety. Am I going straight? I don't know. 180. Let's go back and make sure we are going straight indeed into this darkness, because I can't see shit. Head straight in. Straight inside. Nope. What is going on? So yeah, I don't know how to trigger that properly.
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There is one more
Stanley
thing
came to a
we can
session to
try.
open doors. He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We close it from the outside, which is not possible actually.
Here's the door.
No.
Just go.
Damn. What if we go back though? Can I activate the elevator from here? Like, not stand in it? Apparently not. Nope. Yep, we're locked in here. I'll try it one more time. I don't know what happens. Or rather, I would actually look it up. I will look it up one more time. Yeah, it's back. I'm back to being tired as fuck.
Stanley stood for a long time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
Okay, so now this is actually the official thing, and the only thing, the only mention of the narrator, we have disabled it effectively by walking backwards through the door. But the only I'm sorry. The only mention or way that he is present in this ending is actually at the wall mural thing that I've been looking at, and that has the wall scratched where the text is, and where it states that in order for this ending to function, both Stanley and the narrator have to be present. So, and since the narrator isn't, we just were reset back to our office, and essentially never see what it's like to escape this madness, this madhouse. Anyway, what I would like to do now, I guess, since I've been playing this for, well, a little over 8 hours, which is a little over 1/3 of my entire playthrough, I would take this time to explore the endings in a little more detail and talk about what this means. I might be pausing this actually and go into the menu. I don't know whether this shouldn't disable our progress or hinder our progress in our achievement, hopefully. But we'll see. It is a little concerning, the amount of time I minimized it and such. Oh my god, commitment. Well, yeah, apparently though I have 80% of all the achievements for this game, with one being unachievable and all, but it's not actually true. You can achieve it. There is a way to do that, but it does require some cheating.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So this is apparently the defining moment. Well, apparently. The developer talked about this, how this is basically what the game spawned from. Well, I'm sorry. Where the narrator tells you in past tense that Stanley actually walked through a certain set of doors. Of course, at this point, you still have the choice, and the developer knows that. So that basically prompted a lot of the development of this game, a lot of its potential, and yeah, so you can now apparently a lot of people choose the right door because they so far we've basically been on rails. I will actually begin the game again and see what are our options. Well, we can either stay here, right? We can put the input here and get to heaven, but that is more of an Easter egg ending, and we cannot do that on our first playthrough. We do not know that we can close the door, basically. We do not know when we were first here that we can climb on the chair and get out of the window.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, we apparently know we can close this door on our own, but we cannot return back, right? So this is basically the... Oh my god, I locked myself in here. What the hell?
Stanley went. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This game can be broken in more than one way. It's like there are some choices that are unaccounted for, including this one. So I don't know how I managed to do that, but apparently you can lock yourself in the very first room.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
You can open it from the inside though, not from the outside though. That's no, this door is fine. Oh, and I can return back to my office as well. Interesting. Never mind, enough faffing about. If we actually go through. So yeah, what were our options? Two of them we probably didn't think of doing, right? So you come to this crossroads and you're hit with two options. Basically, there are quote-unquote options.
Doors, he entered the door on his left.
And they are options, but they're more of options than decisions. It's not like you can really decide here. And that's the crux of this game in its essence, right? Because, well, all the right paths were predetermined. Actually, the right path is a little more predetermined than the left path, because in the left path, you can still find a way to break the game and stop the narrator in more than one instance. The right path, I don't believe, has that. So yeah, I don't know if there's like a statistic, but from what I gathered, most people will actually choose the right path because they don't want to listen, and neither did I initially. Like it is a fun dynamic to come here and hear the narrator tell you that you walked through the door on the left, or that Stanley did. You are not Stanley though, and you will go like, okay, but what the fuck happens if I go through the right door then? Like, how does the narrator reconcile that? And of course the answer is, well, he goes like, oh no, maybe you just wanted to step into this room, and gives you an out early on, but then of course there is no backing out. Like even with the cold feet, where you decide you will not go onto the elevator, there is still the thing that the doors behind you is locked, and there's no way back, so you're stuck with that at that point you're stuck with the right door side endings. If we go to the left, there's even less to do, and definitely less options to disobey. So we've seen that, or I will demonstrate that every door is locked. Listen to the sound cues. The only thing that is unlocked is...
Here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The main thing is, of course, that this what is this meeting room, boarding room, is actually empty as well, even though it's open. There's nothing to do here except for a look for these Easter eggs. Again, the door closes after you, so one of your earliest options when you to disobey is to go through the left door. I'm sorry, to go into the broom closet, which is boarded at the moment. But it gives you outs. One of them is the
staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The madness, which, by the way, doesn't have any doors to close behind you until you would cross these. And as you can see, the narrator tells nothing about it. So already we are getting into the dynamic of him lying, basically. He omits, this time by omission though, he omits our potential trip to the bottom floor, to the underground. So immediately, oh sorry, we can think that we are facing an unreliable narrator, but is it really the case? Because well, the narrator is reliable if you are quite obedient, but as I said, there is a level of unreliability when you come up here. Of course, the door closes behind you and then reopens based on your decisions, but again, nothing mentioned of you running around here, walking around. The only mention is this room.
Here's the door, just go.
And eventually your narrator gets quite bored of you doing this all over again. But yeah, then you got the option to... How did I press 2? It's like no other key can be pressed. Yeah. What is this? I'm not even aiming at 9. How am I... What is going on? It just takes it at random. I want to do 8. That's a 0. That's a 0 too. This is an 8. No, this is a 5. There it is. So this is also for an achievement. You're supposed to input it 8 times. A combination of 8888. For some reason it plays the sound clip of the guy saying 8. It is just a little bit of an Easter egg. But yeah, again, the unreliability shows itself in true color here, or rather, this is an ultra reliability. And now, coming to think of it, this may be the only piece of fiction when we have a unreliable character who does not comply with what he is supposed to know. He takes his information from the narrator, which would be a kick-ass theme or a motif for a fiction book. Really, really would. Anyway, not much to do around the office. Honestly, it is a little more fun when you are faffing about before knowing the code, before the narrator tells you. But yeah, there's, for example, this artwork which has some weird inspirational quotes. Otherwise, not necessarily all that interesting. No secrets, no Easter eggs. Basically, there is some photo. Yeah. So we continue obeying, quote unquote, obeying, and we will actually take the elevator down. I am getting tired again. Oh, so tired. It's disgusting. It's terrible.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And yeah, light is on. Call extra 914 immediately. If light is on, call extra 914 immediately. Is there a possibility to do that at any point? 914? Nope. Not inside, that is for sure. But yeah, they are kind of warning you, but it's a very late warning. I didn't even know there is this sign. But yeah, you might be concerned about this. And then, of course, there is this escape, which really, really reminds me of Portal and the scribbles of Redman. I think his nickname is. But yeah, someone who's actually trying to help you. Of course, when you walk through that hallway, you will find out that it's probably not someone trying to help you. Either that, or our favorite unreliable narrator is not actually interested in telling you the truth. He's not helping you either. So you walk through this door, and of course the door locks. And again, we are running into the issue where the narrator doesn't actually tell you anything. So this is where you feel like you have a real choice, not necessarily that your choice is derived from disobeying, but that you have agency. Even though this is a very primitive action, it is important for you, because this is the way you can influence the story in a way that
the lights rose on an enormous room packed
the
with
narrator
television
doesn't
What
know
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No, get me out. Well, what can I do? This raised the catwalk. And then another button. Again, we feel like we're in charge, even though we cannot press anything whatsoever.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
And yeah, as I pointed out, we don't actually see any other human except for Mariella.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Under
emotions
control.
had been
So this is
manipulated to accept it blindly?
this is an interesting aspect of the speech, or of this discussion. I don't what there was speech. It is a speech that Stanley apparently didn't think he's I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I am getting tired again. What was I talking about? Something about Stanley doesn't believe. Oh yeah, Stanley doesn't believe that he is being mind controlled. Apparently, though, that's what the narrator tells us. It's really up to our interpretation. But we see very much that he does, and he is introduced to us with the words, he does what appears on the computer. Like he types in keys that come through the computer, which is insane. So yeah, and as you can see, there are a lot of numbers, a lot of locations, a lot of duplicates. That might can be seen here. Anyway, we take this weird lift.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control.
And yet,
Never.
it is true,
It was
actually.
unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, then we go here, and
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
so yeah, tremendous power is placed on Stanley here because, well, we think he's actually deactivating the mind control facility. Of course, we have no clue whether that's true or not, because there are no other employees. And from what we do after is, well, let's see. We come up to the set of buttons, and it presents again a very clear binary choice, as I've talked about earlier.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Mm-hmm. What does it stand for exactly? We don't really know, but mind control, of course, is something that, we turn this off, right? And we'll see what happens. The lights go out, and we lose control for a little while, until it sort of loads the ending, and I guess misplaces our character or whatever.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
So you can walk right at this point, but it's actually useless. It's worthless because you won't get anywhere,
The machine,
basically.
unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
So, and again, this is where the dynamic of it comes, and why these endings are really this important. And we see this on this very obvious one, and the very first one we can come to, and the fastest one actually that can be achieved, is that, well, the narrator says, and I don't have the exact line of dialogue. Maybe I should pull it up on my laptop actually, because I won't be able to hold it in my head, all of it, all the time. But essentially, like he says, no one would ever tell him how to feel how he feels, right? And it's and that comes after he at length described what Stanley feels, right? So that's a lie. And this ending is full of contradictions, realistically, right? You say that the mind control was turned off, right? And you feel like, okay, well, maybe I was actually being controlled when I was walking towards this ending. First of all, it's not true. Well, it couldn't have been. Of course, we've seen the machine was idle. But, yeah, this is called the freedom ending, really. And the achievement pretty much suggests as much, that you are being freed. But is that really the case? Not necessarily, because, well, first of all, you did achieve this by following the instructions of the narrator, right? It was the narrator who told you, who described everything you did, and even suggested some things you couldn't have known. So that's one problem with this being freedom. The other thing is, of course, once you actually step through this door, what happens? Yeah, you still have your free will, basically. There's nothing to do, right? Like, you can only go back. You cannot return. You cannot choose to suddenly, like, no, I don't want to walk through these doors. You can choose to stay here, of course. Just stop like this. The narrator won't ever speak to you again. But there's like, like no sort of benefit to this. In terms of, like, it's a non-choice, right? Because, like, what is the suggestion? You stay here forever? No, you're basically your only choice here. Your only real choice is actually to go forward. And however, as soon as you do that, what I can actually show now that I have a webcam, so that's good, is that you will lose control again of Stanley. And there are a couple of times where this happens, but mostly you are always within control. Like, except for cutscenes, there's not a single ending, as far as I'm aware, where you wouldn't be able to control the movement of Stanley, right? Except for this one. So as we walk forward, even though we turn the machine off, what happens, and I will show you.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
And again, the narrator just describes our feelings.
The immense possibility of the new path before him.
No one would ever tell him what to feel.
Right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah, and Stanley was happy. No one would ever tell him how he feels, though. And yeah, this was apparently the ending, right? But no, we actually wake up back in our office. So what does that say about that ending? It's a very mirage like, it has a very mirage like quality to it, and it's the de facto canonical ending of this story is possibly the least satisfying. Like it's, and I talked about it when we first experienced it here on stream. Um, it's very grandiose. It is one of the most like uh, presentation wise one of the most chiseled experience, but it feels hollow in terms of the victory. Like, this is the ending that you get the achievement for, and it's the story achievement. But again, the word achievement suggests you actually did something for it, and this is the one that you did the least for. Like, you got it automatically, and it is one of the achievements that lampshades or lampoons, I would rather say, your regular achievement.
Stanley stood for a long time
Sorry,
in one
this will
spot.
trigger a
It's
couple
part
of times,
game.
right?
He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays
But
right where he is,
plenty
I'm
of games
sure
have
he'll
that,
keep up
like
that
an
good
achievements
momentum. Let's
that
observe
you
the
get
genius
through
work.
playing the game straightforward and just following the plot as it is. And there are the other achievements are no less like fun and engaging. Uh, See this one. This one is a horrendous thing, to have the game on for 24 hours on a Tuesday, a work day of all. A very unassuming day, of course. That is part of the premise, I guess. But yeah, and it is a commitment to actually actively play this, right? I took holiday tomorrow. Today is a state holiday, so I didn't have to think about this one. But yeah, I actually took a day off from work for tomorrow just to make sure I get enough sleep and I'm not in this state when I go to work, actually. So yeah, this is one of the possible endings, and it gains a little bit of context in light of the other endings as well. So I guess we might as well go through to the other ending that is branching off of this, and that is the destruction ending, or the self-destruct. I don't know what to call it. But first of all, I will actually look at the wiki if there are any transcripts. Voice line, see dialogue. Holy shit, there is a lot of it. At the mind control facility. Getting out of the elevator. Pressing the on button for the first time. There it is. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved. Apparently, when you repeat this, there is a different dialogue. But we'll see. I guess we will actually explore this a bit. This one is this one was very good in terms of the first experience. Like, yeah, there were so many buttons that you thought you could press and save yourselves. It was kind of like the last room in Portal and in the GLaDOS ending, right? Where there it also seems like it's it's a hopeless ending. There is a countdown, and there you actually have a chance to save yourself, but kill GLaDOS in the process. Here it's pointless. It's really there is a little bit of a nihilism to it. But before we actually go there and do this, I guess I don't know. I guess I will actually take a nap because I feel like it took a little bit of a mental toll on me to try to hack it and really go through the chops. I don't know whether I will be able to fall asleep or not. And there's nobody really. So I guess I can afford it. Or if anybody's in chat, I will be able to, or I will try to actually go through some of the other endings and see. Like, I don't feel that tired. It comes in waves, really. So if there's anyone watching, really, just type a short message in chat, and I will actually continue. Otherwise, I will put this on a break, and I don't know, get like an hour and a half of sleep. Because holy shit, we're only at our 9th hour, so we're only just starting. We're 1/8 through the second third of this stream, so there's really nowhere to hurry. So I guess I will take a nap and just leave it running here in the background, and hopefully, well, if it's gonna crash, for whatever reason, it's gonna crash. There's nothing I would do about that, even if I was here, right, to look over that. But yeah, we've been streaming for a solid 9 hours now. And yeah, I am saying solid 9 hours because I actually launched the stream a little earlier, before midnight. So hopefully nothing will happen to the game while I'm unconscious, and hopefully I will be actually unconscious. I am putting the stream on hold. I will actually leave the stream, just push out frames and just like leave it turned on, I guess, just to make it look like we're still going, because we will be still going, and I will be returning to this game once I've had a little more energy. But for now, I will put on the pause screen here instead of my webcam. I will type in chat, I guess, that I am on break, and yeah, I wanted to type into chat, right? Let's commit to a rigid time. I don't know. Is it? Does it make sense to sleep for like 1.5 hours? Will I be just as tired as before? Who knows? I am going to put in 9:30 CEST, right? So if anybody drops by, they know where I'm at. I'm actually (9:30 CST). Well, I'm sorry. Correction. It is 9, so 10:30. There we go. I'm pushing it into chat. So there it is. You can watch the clock, by the way. It moves. So we will be back at actually around 1 o'clock in game time, I guess.
Mod je pryč a nikdy se to už neukazuje. Rozumíš? odjet pryč a nikdy se tu už neukazuj. Rozumíš?
Well, let me just turn the webcam back on. There we go. I'm back from a nap. Holy shit, that was I don't know. We will see whether that helped or did actually more damage than good. I hope you appreciate the Zen-like quality of my stream. The way I still pushed frames through onto Twitch, despite me sleeping just a couple inches away, back here on the bed. Well, we're back. I can see actually I stopped looking at the clock. I left it staring there. Indeed, I thought it's gonna be moving, actually. That it's gonna go around the clock and then it's gonna be like 1 in the afternoon or something. It's not actually true. That clock moves to a certain point and then it stops, which is I don't understand the point of it. I swear the minute arm actually did move. There was a point where it was moving. I can actually, now that I have it on stream and on footage, I can actually probably make time lapse, right? I can make a time lapse of it going around the clock and see exactly what it does. I don't know whether I will find anything useful. By the way, I will probably let more light into the room. I don't know. Is it good? Am I like... I think the webcam is fine, honestly. I will certainly, though, fetch the laptop and we will use it to assist us in further analysis and further diving into the various endings. So just give me one more second before I'm back with the laptop and hopefully figure out a way to set it up here and just put it down at some spot where I can use it and not have it on my lap at all the times. Alright, I'll try not to rely on it too much, but because it's placed very awkwardly, I cannot see my second monitor where I have my whole streaming setup, including chat, which is probably the most important aspect of the OBS interface, but also the footage, just so I can see whether the game is still up, whether I'm still up, whether it's online, didn't crash or anything. The game is still running. That's good news. We will be nearing one half of this stream.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
I don't know whether we heard this thing or not, actually. So the last ending we did was the, well, let's call it the first ending that the player can encounter if they follow the path, the golden path.
The door on his left.
We will be entering the door on the left, as the narrator tells.
Yet there was not a
By the way, I don't know.
Either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I don't know whether any of this changes, but I think it doesn't. This stays the same. It does appear to stay the same. So there's no Easter eggs or no nothing to be gleaned from this room. Of course, the broom closet's still closed. I cannot completely reset the game, or I don't know whether I can.
To his boss's office.
So we'll walk upstairs to this thing. By the way, this ending that we're heading towards is probably one of the.
Here's the door. Just go.
It's probably one of the ones that doesn't have a lot in terms of the meta narrative and the commentary about the experience of the player and so on and so forth. It's more or less a little romp, but it has some clues as to what the hell this whole game is supposed to mean.
Read mind control facility.
I'll try to speedrun it, by the way. Well, hopefully we won't fall off.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Cool! Oh my god, we're doing it. Oh no, we fell off. Okay, no. Sorry, that's me trying to rush it. We're back to papers.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I do wonder whether the papers what are supposed to be like some kind of Easter egg, or instead just like a.
Hoping he'd coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whether that's just something that's played straight as a randomized event in this game. It is.
The door, just go.
There is an interesting thing, and that is this has sort of a roguelike quality to it. The fact that you keep resetting your game, and it means basically new runs, and it's not the same as a true roguelike. Of course, you're not.
Walked straight ahead through the large door that read "Mind Control Facility."
You're not strictly stopped by the character's deaths, right? Not necessarily, even though a death will actually reset.
Room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to the
And so yeah, this is like one of the.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So yeah, this couple of endings is interesting in terms of its narrative. because it is one of the few ones that actually have a story, a genuinely like conventionally told story, and that is the story of an employee finding out that there is a sinister plot behind their company. It is not a very difficult story, of course, mind you, but there is some sort of like sense of it being played straight, especially if you don't deviate from the descriptions. There is nothing to suggest that this is more than just Stanley going through this facility and this working building. There's nothing to suggest the existence of any player. Nothing to suggest the existence of the narrator himself, by the way. Some entity that would actually influence the story in any way.
This mind
Of course.
control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Of course, as soon as you actually deviate from the plot a little bit, the narrator actually shows himself as a acting
he
agent.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
By the way, and we see the dynamic between the mind power, the mind control aspect of the game and the game's ludonarrative, strictly ludonarrative aspect, in the fact that this is a medium where you cannot genuinely be mind controlled. This is the only medium where, like, the character, no matter what you do to them, unless you actually genuinely take away the control away from players. Oh no, I actually scrolled away from the page. Unless you take the controls out of the player's hands and actually hijack the character, the first person character, you cannot genuinely have a character that is under mind control. We've seen this in BioShock, where it is suggested that the character that you control is actually being controlled by another, but he's not. From the narrative perspective, of course, but from the ludic perspective, and all the way here, all the way to the freedom ending, it's not true that you would be mind controlled. You still have the possibility to actually revolt against it and to actually do something about it. And yes, the path is given, more than in BioShock, right? Where if you want to proceed, you actually have to take the actions that the narrative wants you to take. But here, you can deviate in many, many ways. So this question is pertinent. Was it even possible that you were mind controlled? And it does open up some questions around, what is a mind control? What does the fact that this narrative has actually built up certain elements, and that you, if you want to experience them, you basically follow what the narrator says? Is that a form of mind control? Is that a form of obedience? Does this play into the trope? Does the fact that you end up in this place called Mind Control Room suggest anything about our habits to play the games? Are we drones? And there is going to be a much better...
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
There is a much better ending to illustrate this and to sort of highlight this. But yeah. Okay, so we are turning this off. Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to turn it on. What am I doing? What am I doing? I just got lost in my thoughts. Went on autopilot, actually. We could have experienced the other ending as well, for contrast, I guess. But
when Stanley came to a set of two
through the
open
left.
doors,
What the
he
hell?
entered the door on his left.
I think it actually took my save file? No. We reached the door rather
Even now,
quick.
Stanley's
What the
office
hell
was a
happened
distant
here?
memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
What have I done?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm losing my mind, I guess. I don't know. It felt like I loaded my save. I started
Yet
way
there
further
was not
than
a single
usually.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Thank you. So we're skipping through this juicy dialogue. I hope that this is not actually... you know, I said that the endings punch the most kind of sense, like actually carry the most meaning, really.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So yeah, once again we will go through this terrible revelation where
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
and
What horrible
look
secret
at
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
basically look
Did
at
he
these
have
set
the
pieces,
strength
right?
to find out?
How incredible this room looks, basically, compared to the rest of the game, I guess. And yet it is one of the
Monsters
two
jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of
only
an
two
employee
paths
in the
that you
building.
can take here,
Stanley's
basically.
co-workers.
3
The
if we
lives
count
of so
the
many
variance of
individuals
one of the
reduced
endings.
to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
There's a little bit of pathos in here.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
And yeah, again, once and for all. Really, when we can actually reset the game every single time and our decision actually means nothing, right? So let's turn it on then, again.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it?
I will pause this and just like address what was said right now by the narrator, and that is one of the key items of this ending, and really the fact that every time you deviate, well, maybe not every time, but most of the times that you deviate, the narrator comes into the picture as a character of its own that has agency on the world, which is not necessarily evident in the other endings. Well, in the golden ending, sort of, I will call it, well, the freedom ending, right? So let's call it by the name that it's used to be called. That is the perhaps, and we will explore this, and I'm not sure in this, but it might be the only ending where we do not learn that the narrator has any power over this world, and that they can actually change anything. But here we already do. We see that he can manipulate the time and well, set the timer himself, like when he's thinking, let's say 2 minutes. It is suggested that he is the one setting it up, right? And he has some sort of vengeance. And it's very interesting too, this dynamic between the narrator and Stanley, where the narrator sometimes like pretends like he likes Stanley and wants the best for him. Sometimes he is very vengeful against him. But ultimately, all of this is just like the exploration of the well, it is the dynamic between the player choice and the intention of the game developer, and it is explored in some of the contrasts. Sorry, there's someone typing. Oh, Love Pix, you're back. Hi. You are doing the escape pod ending. You already have the Stanley Parable, do you? That's wonderful. You actually decided to pick it up. That's brilliant. Yeah, I've been trying to make it work, and I thought that you can actually make it work, but apparently you cannot. It's a weird ending, that one is. It is. And I guess we'll come back to it as well. I think it's going to be the next one we will walk through. But I would like to finish talking about this one. This dynamic is explored in some of the endings and some of the binary choices, really, that you encounter along the world. What comes to mind is the Zending and the sort of suicide route that you can take right next to it. Again, just exploring how the narrator actually tells you what's good for you and tries to push you into something that you may not necessarily want to do, because that's not how video games work, right? That is just what I wanted to point out. This is where the narrator takes quite blatant control.
Stanley, it's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
That hasn't necessarily happened. We haven't seen that one happen. The one where we're sitting in the office and just stay there forever, we've kind of explored, but this one is weird to suggest. By the way, I will let this run its course without trying to push any buttons and see what happens, see if it alters the ending in any way, because of course, as we've seen, the narrator actually comments on us frantically trying to save ourselves. There's no way to save yourself.
I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door.
So yeah, this does not necessarily reflect our experience here. Of course, we are kind of cheating because we know already that none of the buttons do anything, none of the doors we can escape through. Maybe we want to try it on our next run, and I am interested to see whether there are some people who ran around exhaustively trying every single combination of buttons just to see whether there is not a hidden Easter egg or an ending, something that would subvert the narrator. But it is interesting to see this play out, right? And know that there is no escape, basically. It actually means that it is very, very pointless to do anything. So that is part of this endings themes, is a sort of nihilistic a sort of sense of pointlessness to trying to take control, whether it is over our own character, just like over Stanley, or whether it's over other people, which, you know, the facility is empty at this point. There are none of our co-workers are back, so
Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not talking. I actually was muted. Yeah, I was just saying that this line is also interesting, that whether we have any idea that this video game can be beaten, solved, or anything. That's what we would normally expect from a video game, right? But here he really comments on the state of the entire game. There's no way to win it. There's no way to beat it. No matter what we try, there's no way we can save this facility and ourselves. By the way, I'm just gonna actually undo the curtains because it feels like it's I'm in a little bit of dark, and I will let some light in. Hold on. There you go. I don't know whether it makes any difference on the webcam. But yeah.
But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in a retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Ow. I didn't even get to try the door. So we die. We are blown up. And yet resurrected at the very beginning. So there is a very vengeful approach from the narrator to this ending for seemingly no reason whatsoever. I don't know what prompts it, why this ending of all. The fact that we actually followed the instructions of the narrator to the last point and then suddenly deviated. He decides to actually end our run right there and then, without closure, right? That is one of the most powerful things about this ending, is that it all really feels very, very pointless and unsatisfying to actually blow up. And it does feel like a loose state, perhaps the very first time you play it. It may feel very different on other playthroughs, especially if you know what this game is already, but assume it is the first ending you got ever. What does that feel like, I guess, if you're not expecting something like this from a video game. What is important to remember also about this game is that it came out before a lot of these subversive games even existed. I'm sure there is a long, rich history of similar video games that actually addressed the issues of the dynamic between the player's actions and the story taken. But there weren't many, and certainly none, no game that would do it on the level of the Stanley Parable. The Stanley Parable is a sort of a historical milestone, a monument to meta-narratives and disassembling video game tropes. So it is an important game in the catalog. Okay, so I guess we will do the escape pod ending as well.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Although I don't know what's...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't know whether it's so very useful for
Yet there was not a
analysis,
single
but
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
so once again I will show you how to trigger this. Of course you have the options to explore a bit, including this weird elevator, which takes you nowhere. And I do wonder what the wiki has to say about this one. Whether there are any theories about what, where we're going and where we've been. But we can stop it at any time, as you can see. And we've said here for a long time before. It actually just really goes nowhere. So okay, let's try to trigger the escape pod ending again.
Here's the door.
Yes, and immediately it feels like it shuts right as the narrator wants to tell us something, anything of substance. I guess if you never triggered the shortcut, he would not end it there. He would end it on a different word, but the narration ends exactly as the words shut, the door shuts, right? So there is a suggestion that we left the narrator in the other room and we genuinely are alone right now. And that is apparent because the narrator would follow us through every single other thing that we do here, except save for falling off the mind control room. But here he cannot alter the story in any way. He's just gone. And that is going to come into importance later when we actually go back. And yeah, by the way, all these doors open again. They're open. You have a feeling like you're backtracking, and you may have a feeling like you did something that broke the game, but no, this is very much an intentional design. As you can see, that all these doors that were previously locked are open again and unlocked again, including and all the way up to your office is actually locked. It's the very opposite, but this door is unlocked. And there's a pitch black, and you don't know what you're getting into, but there is obviously some new content. So this is about the time where you realize, okay, well, I did not break the game. I didn't manage to find something no other player ever did. This is still all part of the complex narrative of the Stanley Parable, and I don't know why there are so many floors, whether there's any significance to these numbers, whether someone actually analyzed it so deeply as to find some, what do you call it, interpretation in these numbers, and while we're climbing exactly, what is it, 7 floors or something like that. I don't know, 10. It's quite a bit. And you may think like it is a weird combination of like it was probably not very hard to duplicate this asset and like this just stair climb that just repeats itself, and all you change is the texture of basically a single number, or well, a single digit for the most part. But for example, this room is completely unchanging, and it is interesting to see that it is just outside of our office. It is genuinely the very thing that we are passing by every time we also want to get out of here. What does it suggest? That the escape is so near. It just all you need to do is get through this window. Of course, we know what happens when we get through this window, and we will explore that, I guess, as well, eventually. But yeah, so we climb up to 760, this whole number, and there is this asset on the wall: escape pod, launch bay. So there is supposed to be a true escape, right? But first of all, I will read you actually what is being written here, scratched underneath this. I will just quickly Google it. Let me just do that, or rather put it in the wiki. Escape. That is the museum ending. We don't want that. At the mind control facility, that's too far. Oh my god, this is so complex. This wiki page is insane. Why is there no, why is it not, what is it called? Museum ending, all upstairs endings. Why is there no escape pod? Escape pod. Why is this not explored? I don't, oh, this is dialogue. I am not actually in, I did open up a web page that is dialogue. I'm sorry. Of course, we will not find the escape pod here because there's no dialogue in the escape pod. So let me just open up a new page. Stanley Parable. I hope I'm not uncomfortably close to the mic when it comes to talking in my voice volume, by the way. So if we do escape pod ending, disabling the narrator. Yeah, and so the asset, the texture, this banner that is not when it is not in a state of disrepair, such as here, should be stating, right? This is what is written down here. Warning, entering the escape pod will initiate a relay that, once triggered, cannot be disabled or paused. Both the narrator and the player must be present in order for escape sequence to play out as intended. Do not proceed. Do not proceed. Do not proceed. Do not and then it actually disappears behind the tree, basically. So, yeah, there is a question: what would actually happen? Of course, we know that if we walk forward, we don't have the narrator with us. There is nothing that happens. It opens up, but before we reach it, genuinely, before we reach it, right? I'll slow down here because I never did that. I always try to rush in. We don't escape. There we go. As soon as we step into the cone of light that is seemingly projected by the open door, we are whisked away and put back right at the start. So there's this suggestion: there's also no escape. Like, there's no legitimate way in the game to just escape this madness. We are stuck here forever. There are some ways, and so I guess I will talk about this ending as well. It's not very analysis heavy, but there is, for example, this way where you go around and you push the buttons, and quite genuinely, you trigger this ending. This ending is not available to you unless you do a lot of button pushing, right? And we know Stanley as a character is a character that does all he does is push buttons. That's all he does in this office, right? In this office building, the only thing that he does is push buttons. So when you go and fulfill this sort of role diligently, you are rewarded, and I will put this into air quotes, you are rewarded with the heaven ending, which is just like you going into this place that has buttons all over the place, and there's a weird choir and buttons that you can press, and they deactivate or they light off. They power down when you press them, but they don't even stay powered down. There's no way to actually, as far as I can tell, to deactivate them all. So this could be viewed as an escape. Actually escape. You get to heaven, you fulfill sort of your role in the mortal realm, and there's no way to get out of here other than to manually restart the game, which is kind of rare for these endings. Most of these endings will actually take you to a place where it forces you back into the office automatically, right? But there's no way out of here, even. No other way but to go through the menu and make a concentrated effort to go back. So this is one of the, what I would like to think about this, it's one of the endings that is final, is ultimate in this game. It's one of the ways out, basically. Because while you're going through the menu, now here comes the actual choice, right? You are presented with choices throughout the entire game, right? But there's really only one type of choice, and that is whether you want to play the game, keep playing the game, or whether you are done with it and you want to put it down. And so right here you have that option manifest. All the other endings will take you straight back to the beginning and tell you can explore these endings, these other endings that we've prepared for you. This one says no, there are no endings that you need to explore. It's up to you. Do you want to explore the other endings? If yes, then you have to manually begin the game again. I will open this ending on the wiki to say if there are some, like, I don't know, let's say, let me just put in the endings as well again. Oh, sorry. So if we go actually to the heaven, it is underneath the left door endings, which is weird. So yeah, there's just, it's just described how you can get there. On the boss's secretary's desk, outside the boss's office, of course. You are teleported from Stanley's office to a circular room filled with colorful buttons revolving around the center of the room, which is called Heaven. In the background, a choir repeatedly sings the words, "Push the buttons." It apparently sings "Push the buttons." I will let it resume. guess I can hear it. The narrator doesn't react, of course we know. There is a hole on top of the roof, but it doesn't lead to anything. I don't know where you can see the hole. But there is a sort of an edge to it, I guess. Nothing on the floor. 6 rows of 72 buttons, or exactly 432 buttons. So I don't know whether that's employee 432. It has a separate web page, or they. Apparently, employee 432 is a bit of an Easter egg throughout the game. He is fired, apparently. He can be divided by 8. Or day, I should say day, right? So yeah, 432 is basically like a meme character in this game. I don't know whether I will, if I actually open the Heaven web page as itself, whether I will glean any more information from here. So yeah, one of the few endings where we have to restart ourselves, so let's do that. And again, I would rather consider one of these the escape, right? So yeah. Now we of course have the option to go for the madness.
Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
I'm sorry.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's follow the instructions again. Still nowhere to backtrack, other than forward.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
And again, as you can see, these doors just lock. They're locked.
Hoping he might find an answer there.
Unfortunately, we cannot explore the broom closet ending anymore.
Coming
but
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's not a lot. It's just it's mostly an Easter egg, and it is interesting to see that the narrator doesn't react all the way until we walk through the point of no return. Right, all this time we can basically act as if the narrator actually described what we did. But once we actually cross this threshold, so this is a very significant place, once we get, I guess, here, where the door's closed, yeah,
he considered the
we trigger the new dialogue.
Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
So yeah, as you can see, the significance of going downstairs is that we are descending, right? And that is a very common trope in fiction. that when you are going mad, you are descending into madness. So here it works on, again, a very literal level. You descended to madness.
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
And yeah, so here the narrator starts pointing out ludic elements. Elements that are inherent to the sort of engine we are playing on. The fact that we cannot see our feet is actually a mark of the source engine. There are games, of course, that model the character model. Half-Life and other games like that are not it. So this is where the narrator actually breaks points out the fact that this is a video game, but as we will see, he will not address the fact that there is a player. In all of this, all of what he says, all of this pertains to Stanley, not the player. The existence of the player is never admitted. So, what follows is, of course, Stanley cannot think he is in a video game in this ending. So, what other logical conclusion there is? Well, perhaps that he is mad. He has actually gone mad. The very moment he realized his colleagues are away, because we don't know what happened to Stanley before we took control over him. And we took control over him exactly at the moment when all his co-workers just disappeared, right? So we might be the madness that beset him. And this is what this ending could suggest, is that we, once we actually step into these shoes, these characters just turn mad. Which is a fun suggestion, considering like you can play a more serious game just like Half-Life, right? And be a professor and run around tables and smash things with a crowbar and kill other professors, and it's all very wacky, right? And in out of line with what the narrative tries to tell about the character.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
And yeah, the narrator says he yelled. There's not a single instance in the entire game where Stanley would make a grunt, a noise. And again, we see it's a sort of unreliable narrator, and he projects things into us. And he is very intertwined with Stanley. And the things that he describes are not necessarily true, right? It is what he's projecting onto this sort of shell, this vessel, I would say.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while
But here, this is an interesting point where, of course, I'm saying that the narrator is a separate entity, right? Independent of Stanley. But we see that in this ending, it might be suggested that he is part of Stanley's consciousness, that he might be a sort of a fragment of it, a product of it, because well, how do you reconcile the fact that yes, the narrator pushes certain thought processes onto Stanley, but then he becomes part of those thought processes, right? Stanley, actually, what was the line in the dialogue? Exactly. Let me just look it up. I hope you'll pardon my Googling because, we still have a long time to kill. Holy shit. We're not even halfway done with this stream. What are we doing? Madness? What is it gonna be called? Madness? No. It's not actually called Madness Ending. Hold on then. I'm sorry. Countdown left door endings. It is a left door ending, isn't it? Oh, it's a Mariella ending, which is also interesting to call it that. Oh yeah, maybe I should be looking at it in the dialogue. Mariella ending. Dialogue. Just can do it. I'm dreaming healed. This is all a dream. A voice in the head. Blah blah blah. Yeah, why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. So, yeah, there is a suggestion that, well, if we consider, and again, like, this can all be projecting onto Stanley. There's no other way to see into Stanley consciousness other than through the narrator's description. But if we consider that it is actually Stanley thinking, that the narrator can actually not only project, he doesn't project the feelings onto Stanley, but at that moment when he's describing him being considered, Stanley is suddenly wondering about the existence of this narrator's voice. So by the time Stanley becomes conscious of an existing narrator, the narrator reflects that, and only then he reflects these thoughts. So there is a weird recursive loop between these two. I don't know what to glean from it. It is very rabbit hole like to go down this path.
He thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just...
Yes, and this is it.
He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Now we're exactly where we stopped. Exactly where we stopped.
Stanley began screaming.
And by the way, the game takes control of you at this moment, where the narrator describes you going to sleep. You cannot walk forward anymore. It stops you in your tracks. So again, one of the rare instances where the game actually takes control away from you. So and it is perhaps a suggestion that Stanley is an independent entity from us, and maybe this was his attempt to actually wake up from our possession of him, perhaps.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
And then
This
we
is
meet
the
another
story of a
character.
woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
All right, and we're back. So it is an interesting ending, definitely. Let me just respond. Hey, what time is it at your place? How's your experience so far? Well, it's 11:38. So I've been streaming a little over, over 11 hours. It's gonna be close to 12 actually, because I started a little earlier just to iron out some technical kinks, make sure I don't have to restart the game for anything. The experience has been it's been, I don't know why, but as I was playing through the night, right, because I started at midnight, so it was around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning that I just started dozing off, even though I was trying to prepare for this experience, like playing for the full 24 hours. I decided to get some sleep in the afternoon prior to that. Didn't help. It didn't help at all. Like, I was dozing off hard. I had a very hard time keeping my eyes open. But then I kind of sort of picked myself up, but I still felt like a little drowsy. So I went to bed actually for about an hour, just like an hour earlier, an hour ago. So it's been an interesting experience. Also, what happened is that it was in the first 4 hours that I actually basically explored every ending, except for the museum ending, which I am saving for a later time. But this is a very short game, even when you explore everything that it has to offer. Of course, I haven't played the baby game, and I am considering whether to play it on stream. It might be pertinent to do it because, well, I will be here for a long time. I'm not even halfway done, right? No, I am going mad myself, not only Stanley. Okay, so I'm actually, but I'm using this time to actually study up on the game. It seems, and this may be interesting to anybody playing as well, the Mariella ending, right? It's basically the madness ending. I will read up on Mariella and relay that information to you in a moment, but there is apparently there are some notes to this thing. So for example, the significance of the clocks, that they are labeled 1, 2, B, and 4. And the same room has 8 armchairs, so 8 being the significant number for like one of the achievements and so on and so forth. But also, there is this note that one of the papers in the mind control facility mentions, and I have not seen this paper. I could not read it, could not make it out, but there it is in a better detail. And it's so cool that this game actually has these details in it. That the papers are not just like placeholder text. That it actually says something of substance to the game's narrative. But it says that one of the papers in the mind control facility mentions that if a subject attempts to leave the office during work hours, their supervisor must initiate lockdown, which creates a temporary loop in system architecture. This may be what happened in this ending. Stanley spontaneously attempted to exit the office through the stairwell, and the narrator had to set up a loop to pacify him. Although, why any subject under supervision would be allowed to get so close to an exit door in the first place remains a mystery, assuming Stanley's not immune to mind control. So yeah, there is a suggestion that the mind control thing is actually very real for the workers of this facility. If we assume, if we take it at face value, right? And there's the whole text. I don't know whether you want to see it on stream itself, but there is what is called an employee observation protocol. It continues on the other page.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. When Stanley
I will
came to
go
a set of 2 open doors, he entered
back
the
to
door
the
and
left door endings and actually go to the mind control facility because I want to
Yet
find this
there was
paper
not
now,
a single person here
and we
either.
will read it on
Feeling
stream.
a wave of disbelief,
And hopefully
Stanley
find
decided
it.
to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
I do miss the banter in this, or rather the descriptions in this office block that we used to be spammed with. I don't think that there's anything else on the left side of the door. I don't think there are any endings to consider. Beyond, of course, the museum ending,
Stanley walked straight
which
ahead
might
through
be
the large door that read Mind Control
one of the most
Facility.
interesting. So we are in the mind control facility now, so there should be the paper eventually. And again, it's just too small. It's not possible to read this. There is a Dear Diary, the pale... What is this? I don't know whether there's any way to zoom in. Wow, but these like... This is
The
filled
lights
with
rose
like,
on
I
an
don't know.
enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
This is just a bunch of numbers. I don't know what these mean. I'm sure there is a wiki page about it. Oh, sorry. Accidentally minimized the game. Hi! The numbers are the Stanley Parable trailer script. What is that? What is actually that? I don't think I understand any single reference in that. The Stanley Parable. Is that like a precursor to the Stanley Parable, or Raphael? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name correctly. And also, trailer script? How can it be a trailer script if it's numbers? I don't understand that. By the way, and I assume all these assets are somewhere on the wiki. They are. It's ASI II codes. What does it spell exactly, or what does it refer to? What is the Raphael Parable? Is that like another fan-made game, or? This game is packed with Easter eggs. Like I said, like I explored everything. It's not true, right? Because there's all these assets that I would actually have to go probably outside of the game and do something about this, like zoom it in to read this. It's too small. I cannot actually make out anything that is on this paper. But it all looks very unique, including this thing. Like, what is this? Some letter or some diary entry. No, it's actually a letter. Dear, and there's a name. Dear. So a guy sent an email to the makers of the Stanley Parable, and they thought it was funny, so they made a video about it. Can I send the link? Sure, you can. I don't know if it's not gonna block it at first, but I will unblock it if it does. Hopefully I will unblock it. I don't know whether I can do it through OBS. But sure, go ahead, send the link. Is that the link? I might need to go to Twitch. Hold on.
Tak, výborně.
Sorry, you would get probably... No, you wouldn't get the audio from the other thing. So let me just figure out how to control this, actually. Try to send it again, I guess. Yeah, we are actually seeing asterisks. I need to figure out how to get into the chat control. I'm sorry, I'm new to streaming. Well, new. I'm not actually new to streaming, but I don't do it professionally. Yeah, I will probably search it just so I don't have to wrangle with these things. And I will play it for us, actually. It will be actually interesting. Oh yeah, I actually encountered the Raphael Parable full video guide 2017, and from the thumbnail it looked wacky as all hell. Okay, let me just set it up so we can all see it. The trailer itself. It's a little too loud. Oh yeah, and probably to hear it as well. Hold on. I will need to probably, let me see. Oh, it's actually going through the output. I don't understand how is it going through this channel.
I recently received an email from a man named Revi.
You can hear the trailer, right? You can actually hear the trailer. Okay, all right. You shouldn't be able to, by the way. I thought I have my audio set up so that it doesn't play through this channel. Apparently it does, so well, whatever. It's fine. I will play it then.
I recently received an email from a man named Reviel who writes, I just played your game, and I'd like to say it was the most annoying thing I ever played. It had its cool moments, but overall the experience was only of annoyance. The problem is that it does not touch the heart of people. It's a very emotionless game.
Is it really?
Did you ask any girls to try out your game?
What?
I ask because they are blissfully less logical than us
Oh
guys.
my god, what?
I am very logical myself, but also very emotional.
What the fuck?
It was easy for me
This
to
guy's
find
the best,
the game
right?
annoying. What happened is that your game frustrated me. I felt like I was being taken into someone else's hallways, doors and plans to deliver me an experience that didn't touch me. And worst of all, I had absolutely no free will in the game.
Oh my god, yes. Alright, now he's touching the heart of the issue. And this didn't make him emotional? Like, it didn't touch him? Like, it didn't frustrate him that he has no free will? Is there, like, nothing that he gleaned from that emotionally? Really? That's why he's writing this rather, like, pointed letter? Okay. All right. I just had to pause it for a second because I absolutely enjoyed the narrator putting on the voice, making him sound so stupid.
No way to change anything. No impact. No power. I accomplished nothing.
Wow.
People
Okay.
play games because of what they can do inside them.
Really?
And your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything.
Really?
Other things I didn't like were the amount of narrator dialogue too much, and that Stanley is repeated all the time by the narrator. Overall, your game is on a good path, I think. Good luck with it.
I love these mails. I love these kind of like reconciliations at the end of, like, there's a whole rant where it's like full blown criticism, right? But then they try to, like, put on a positive spin where they're like, okay, yeah, well, but this is like constructive criticism, right? Like, I'm not trying to bash your game. I'm just trying to, like, give you pointers, right? Because I think I know better.
And best regards, Raphael. You know, Raphael, at first your negative response to the game devastated me. After all, I managed to squeeze so many emotions into the first game. How could a logical yet emotional person like yourself have been disappointed? But then I realized that, much to the contrary, your emotional standard is simply much higher than a normal human being's. So I've come to think of you as a mentor, an emotional beacon toward which I might sail my wayward narrative ship. That's why I've discarded the Stanley Parable as it previously existed and rebuilt it from the ground up to capture not just many emotions,
Oh no,
but
they
all
didn't.
emotions.
They
And
didn't.
I think few would disagree that it's a significant step up. Why don't I take you on a little demo walkthrough?
They put his name on it. Yeah,
This
twice.
is the story of a love samurai named Stanley. In this new version, you play the ghost of a dream of a memory of a cyborg warrior trying to find his dead wife inside a poem. The game's central feature, emotion booths. Stepping into any one of these booths will cause the player to actually feel that emotion. And these are just some of the hundreds of thousands of emotions you'll find in the final game.
Oh my god, should I pause it and read them? Being hunted by your cyborg father. So yeah, there's something you can do outside the stream. Pause this
Whereas
video.
many video games are content to offer you a finite number of things to do, the Stanley Parable is breaking ground by allowing the player to do literally anything. Let's look at an example. In this scenario, the player has just infused a bicycle with the soul of his great-great-great-uncle Hermophrides.
Hold on, I've actually heard about this, and I thought that this is like part of the original game or something of the original mod. I've heard about this in an analysis video for the Stanley Parable. I didn't know it's just from this trailer. That's awesome, by the way. Yeah, like how they are describing the absolute impossibility of like having actual free will in a video game. And of course, we all know that the Stanley Parable addresses that very point in various aspects, that you have no free will, basically. Like the free will is an illusion and has to be in the constraints of the video game. So but yeah, this is a very good point. I will rewind it just to play the whole thing.
Let's look at an example. In this scenario, the player has just infused a bicycle with the soul of his great-great-great-uncle Hermophrides. From this point, he might use Hermophrides' ethereal presence to detect nearby mineral deposits, or perhaps he might train the bicycle in the art of undoing temporal paradoxes. It seems that the player has chosen to use the haunted bicycle to deceive townsfolk as a part of his snake oil salesman ruse. How bold. Many players may be too logical to appreciate the Stanley Parable. So in the options menu, you'll be able to adjust for your own personal play style. Try playing in Raphael mode for a real challenge. Already since the beginning of this
Raphael mode being logical on the max and emotional on the max.
video, rave reviews for the game have been pouring in. John Gamerson writes, "I've played thousands of hours and had my heart touched 176 times so far. It really hurts. How do you turn that off?" While a woman writes, "This place has shoes. I love shoes. Oh my god. Shopping, 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 shopping." Quests will be broken up into... It seems we've just encountered one of the game's anti-piracy measures. At random times, it will crash your computer and start deleting files, just in case you downloaded the game illegally. Well, I suppose this is as good a place as any to stop the demo. I hope I've given you something to look forward to, and I certainly hope we can continue to look to Raphael as a messiah for narrative progress. I'm upset that he was so annoyed by my first game, since it has always been my intention to become a person of respect, consideration, and unyielding empathy for others. But until I figure out how to do that, I think we should take some time here at the end of the video just to piss him off a bit. Stanley. 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 Stanley.
All right, yeah, one of his
Stanley.
criticisms.
Stanley. Stanley.
Please rate your experience. Nice. I do wonder whether they actually had any other males like referenced in the game. All dialogue gets replaced by Stanley. Oh my god. I would try that. I don't know how to activate the console without... I need to restart the game, right? To activate the console. That's that much I gleaned actually from... yeah. So I cannot do that actually. I would ruin my run.
Now the monsters jump to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the
Yeah, C doesn't do anything. There is actually a mapped...
the lives of so many individuals.
there is a mapping. If you go to the options, keyboard, mouse, edit keys, there is a mapping for it. I tried to remap it to the equal sign, but it doesn't do anything. Like if I do C, okay, confirm, and go back to C, it doesn't do anything, unfortunately. I cannot call on the console. Oh, those are the papers though that I was looking for. Those are the papers pertaining to... I tried that, I think, as well. Oh no! I actually ruined it. I hope it's not... That's just for the run, right? Yeah, this is... wow. Okay, so this is the console, or is it not? Oh, okay, I can disable it. We'll see whether it actually... well, I will disable it right now because we were trying to look for these papers. But again, I cannot actually read them. I would have to... I guess... open the wiki page and we would read the wiki page. But yeah, there are these papers. If you want to be diligent, these pertain to the Mariella ending. It is as Shiny Quarks suggested, that you actually type face punch into your keyboard. It seems at any point you don't have to have a console opened, and you replace the textures. These employee observation protocols, well, I know they are not, but they actually describe kind of the events there, don't they? Yeah, I'm sorry, no, that's not where I have my wiki opened. I actually have it on my external notebook. Well, partially, right. Yeah, I don't know what the whole document says, and it is quite long, so I don't want to read it on stream. Yeah, the escape pod ending, do they? There are a couple of these. There are 3 versions of the employee observation protocol, as it seems. Yeah, escape corridor will open. Yeah, I see. That's the short version, though. I know you do know most of these TSP secrets. That's insane. How long have you been playing this game? Have you also done the Tuesday? I guess you haven't been playing actively, I guess. But I don't want to...
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
Yeah, why are we continuing here, actually? We've actually seen this a million times. I just wanted to find these documents. Oh, okay, so you haven't had it run, not even in the... Oh. Yeah, really, when did you buy the game for the Go Outside achievement, actually, that you don't have it yet? Okay, I will go to the boss's office. We will learn more about this
Stanley
game.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I have time to kill.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Yeah, so these documents, again, like how do you read these?
Stanley
Do you
decided to go
actually
up to his boss's office,
have to
hoping
pull
he
the
might
data
find
from
an
there or
answer
something?
there.
2 years. Okay, yeah, it will whiz by eventually. Like, it's important not to think about the game. Oh yeah, you can zoom in with the console. Right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So yeah, I'm in the boss's office. Is there anything you can do with the elevator, by the way? You seem to be very, very knowledgeable about this game. I was wondering about the point of this elevator. Because it goes nowhere, right? Yeah, it's just a distraction, of course. So yeah, there are some papers that I haven't been looking at, but... Okay, I'm going into the office itself.
Here's the door, just go.
We have it on lockdown, by the way. I think that's permanent now. I don't think we can reset that. $1947. Okay, I'll try. It's a little finicky. 1947. I don't have the reticle. See, I just pressed 2. How did that happen? God damn it. Hold on. 1. Come on. 1. Let's just do this. No, that's 0. Hold on, it might take a few attempts. 90. No, why does it press 2? I'm nowhere near 2. 1. Sorry, that's not me being stupid. You see that I have it centered on 9, right? 1. I don't know, the game probably doesn't expect me to actually use this anymore, or I think it only appears in certain situations. Yeah, 0, perfect. That's not what I wanted to punch in. Come on. 1. How does it press 2? Can you explain to me how it pressed 2 right now? 1. Is this the Easter egg that I'm slowly going crazy pushing these buttons? Okay, I will. A small secret, you can just crouch below the paintings near the door. Below these. Look up. I'm looking up. Am I looking at the right ones? Don't crouch, actually. I can't see anything. There's a text on some of these. I can't see any. It's too dark for me, I guess. Is it these paintings, though? Again, I don't have any zoom, unfortunately. It is on these. And it's on the bottom of the frame. I genuinely don't see anything. I'll go back to try to put in the code. What does it say actually on the pictures then? Oh my god. How? How? What is going on with you, Stanley? This is impossible. This is actually... What is... It doesn't matter where I aim. I always press 2. There we go. 1. Now, how do we do 9? It's actually... Oh my god, we did 9. What is next? 4, 7. No! We were so close this time. Oh my god, how? No, no. Okay, this is a good position for 1. 1. Now. No. Holy shit. Stop, stop. One. Okay, so I have to be closer, but... And hopefully center my view. No, it's 2. Incredible. I will get it. I have nothing but time. We're only halfway done with this stream. Oh god. 1. Okay. What's up? What's up with this 9? What do you mean my center? 9. Oh my god. Alright, I'll just step back, reset my position or whatever. I wish I knew where the center of the screen is, actually. Oh. Oh. Come on. Oh, we there.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth into the newly opened passageway.
Hold on. It's playing the regular dialogue. Do I continue then? So 2 codes work? Or what? Does it change the ending now? Okay, small alternative code. That is interesting. Does it signify anything? The numbers, do they signify anything? We might go back to the paintings actually. Isn't it on the maybe on the panda painting or some other one? Oh, I see in the mod. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I do not know that secret, no. Is that in the...
Yet there was not a single person here either.
In the boss room
Feeling a
too?
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The hallway to the meeting room. Okay, we passed that already. To the meeting room. Okay, so there's a painting. There's another painting. And there's this panda. Unfortunately, no text on either of them. And there are no other paintings here, are there? On the left painting, huh?
Here's the door, just go.
The left from the... when looking from the office, I guess. Yeah, I actually saw something inscribed there, but I can't make it out any of it. It's too dark, and I guess on stream it's not no better. It's actually, it seems a little brighter on my screen than on the stream. Still quite impossible, I'm afraid. I would have to zoom in, I guess. I don't know if I increase the brightness on my monitor, maybe. Let me try that. Lovely. I turned the monitor on. Okay. All right. We don't have to finagle with the brightness then. This is a very clever joke. It's so clever you probably won't understand it. Yes, I do not. It's true. What happened to my... Oh, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. It was fun. Let me just make sure that my... is the Twitch alright? Is... It seems like OBS... Yeah, it's fine. It seems fine. Okay. Yeah, as I turned the monitor, everything tried to smush onto the other one. Right. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if it doesn't, if it didn't. Yeah, every time I actually alt tab from the game, it minimizes. Unfortunately, even though it's windowed borderless, there's no way to click away from it and keep it running.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hallway between the left door and the meeting room, right? Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right, so these paintings. The leaf one. Okay, I clicked it. Oh my god. Employee of the year. Who is that? Is that the developer? No, it's not, is it? I've seen the developer, I think, somewhere. Grand PC, a developer of the game. A developer, okay. I guess we can find him in the credits then, and his role, eventually. That's cool. That's very cool. Holy crap, but how long does it take to find all these secrets? I am in the main menu. Oh, you mean to the very menu? I would rather refrain from that, actually, because someone actually mentioned that might ruin the achievement. That the fact that you are playing, I assume you can still go into the pause menu, but not the main menu. Like someone just mentioned that they actually had to click away from the main menu to get into the game itself. So I'd rather not do that to not mess up with the achievement. Unfortunately, I know it closes some possibilities because
not a single person here either.
We can't
Feeling
ever.
A wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
We will not be able to ever visit the broom closet, for example. That is one of the things that is permanently locked now, as it seems.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So yeah, any other secrets? I'm having fun discovering these, actually, or with your help. Nothing in the bathroom either, is there? That is also just a distraction. And Oh yeah, I know this poem changes. I don't know what dictates its change. Is it random when it changes? It's random. Okay. A co-worker? What does that mean? Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss is. Then that's what the boss chose. I will restart. I am going forward.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
I'm at the end of the hallway. And to the room after the corner hallway. I guess this, you mean this one. On the right to the window there. Yes. Oh really? In this room? Am I looking at the right room? In room 425? Oh, if I'm quick enough and lucky. What happens to him then? Like, does he disappear or? Or I have to catch him and he will just sit there. Oh, walk by. Okay, in that hallway, I guess. Yes, I will try that. Holy crap. That is incredible. Like, I thought I'm alone.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Fuck.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
1 out of 100 chance, though. Good luck. Okay.
All of his co-workers were
fine.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
I mean,
to
it's
the
better
meeting
than the
room.
baby
Perhaps
baby
he had
game, I
simply
guess.
missed a memo.
Feels like I'm gonna crash the game or something.
Just a step through
By
this
the way,
door,
what are the
Stanley thought to
conditions
himself.
for
That's all I
the
need.
unachievable
If I can make
achievement?
it through this door, I can make it through them all.
I've read somewhere, and I don't know if whether I just gleaned it wrong, but that there is
All
a
of his co-workers
chance you
were
can
gone.
get it
What could it mean? Stanley decided to
without
go to the meeting room.
trying.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You can get it through random means, is it?
All of his
Okay.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
Oh
had
my
simply
god,
missed a
here
memo.
he is. Come on, address him. Narrator. I was lucky, I guess. This is insane.
Stanley went
And
around touching
especially when
every
you
little thing in the office.
consider
It
that
didn't
you
make
can
a
actually
single difference,
go there
nor did it
eventually when
advance
you have the
story in any
line
way.
ending. The adventure line ending. So it is random, and I guess random on relaunching the game. Should I be relaunching the game ad nausea? Look at this. The employee of the year is here as well. Automatically. Has this always been here? Or was this always a leaf? Was I just super blind and I just noticed this now that I seen it as the leaf? Okay, I think it was a leaf. Yeah, it replaced all the leaf textures, right? That would make sense. Yeah, it's here as well. I certainly would have noticed. I think my game is basically broken beyond
Stanley
repair
came to a
now.
set of two open doors.
Basically,
he entered
right.
the door on his left.
Every time you can get unachievable, it picks a number between 1 and 15, and if it's 8, you get the achievement. Okay, but what are the conditions to can get? I feel like in a 24-hour period it's bound to happen, no? Maybe it's not actually. There are people who let it run for 24 hours, but... Okay, that would be lovely, actually. Thank you. I hate
Yet
to
there
make
was
you
not a
my
single
personal
person here
Google,
either.
but
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
so yeah, that's about it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We may have exhausted all the Easter eggs and. Oh my God! How deep are you into this game? Jesus, that's awesome. That is very cool. So I think the left door is actually exhausted beyond this point. We've hopefully seen everything, including all the Easter eggs and so on and so forth. So I guess we'll start going through the right door and think about the endings there.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself.
After
Am I
doing the
sure that
confusion
orders
ending,
stopped
and the
coming in?
confusion ending
How that
is
possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
you reach the confusion. Oh, the adventure line. Okay. All right, 1 between 15. You can get some secrets.
When Stanley came to
That
the
is a
set,
long
two
ending,
opened
though,
up.
isn't
This
it?
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop
All right,
by the
let's try it. I
employee
don't
lounge
like
first,
again.
just to
As I
admire
say,
it.
we have almost 12 hours
It
to
was
kill.
okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
After doing the confusion ending,
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
this is a fun Easter egg, though. This is a fun little jab at the game's core narrative, right? He tells you now you are supposed to go right, and then he corrects himself.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right?
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? Which is very funny considering the main choice, like the first choice that you do in the game, essentially the first choice, the first obvious choice, is whether to go to the left or the right, and the right is not the right answer, right?
Was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Let's see.
Yeah, now we're on the Easter hunt. I was going to do a little bit of analysis and a little bit of talking about all these endings, but
this story is absolutely, definitely...
now we're on
this
an
way.
Easter egg hunt, so I'm gonna put that on hold. At least we have some.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Are you doing computer stuff for employment? Are you like a coder or something? A programmer? You seem to be very knowledgeable about files as well. No, you just have a knack for deconstructing these things. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll follow the adventure line for now.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right.
When
That's
Stan-
cool. That's
Wait,
very cool.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
Yes,
no. Why am I
if that's
asking
in
you?
my
I'm the
yeah,
one who wrote the story.
exactly.
Was
What
right
the hell
here
are you
just a
doing?
minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Yeah, I don't ever know where to go. What's the quickest route from here to the adventure line? Okay, we're back to the beginning. That's not great. I think there's just a timer, isn't there? Where the narrator actually stops us. Gives us a way out.
This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait.
Nope.
Never mind.
No.
Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
We just did that.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an
Oh
office
no!
building.
This is just
that
so
correct?
freaky. The way it actually
Do you
replaces
remember,
the
Stanley?
rooms
Well, do you know what?
so quickly.
Since I've
It's really
completely
good.
forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Does it really? Oh, so there is some credence to the aperture science idea.
All right, I've got a solution.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
time, to make
the
sure we don't
source,
get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay, so I just follow the adventure line and then I get the Easter eggs or possible secrets.
You see,
Maybe, if I'm
the
lucky.
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end
Okay,
up
so
be
we're
our
speedrunning in
destination,
this.
even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where
Did I always
going
go through
with that.
here? I
You know what?
don't have
I
a
think what we
recollection of
need
some of
right
these
now
places.
is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh no, the music again.
Cut the music, go back and look at that film.
No, I'm not.
Wait, what? We're back at the office?
Yes.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I don't remember how to progress this. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh yeah, this is the one that actually ends with the whiteboard, isn't it? Or
You know
not the
what,
whiteboard.
Stanley?
Well,
I say forget the adventure line. What's
white
it ever done
screen.
for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Would you open for me? Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Animated. I don't know whether I've
you
seen it
again.
animated.
Stanley,
That's
I'd
also
like
very
to veto
freaky.
the
Oh my
line from
god,
having any
this
role
goes
in our
deep.
Awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It is a very interesting piece of media, though. Like, it's a very relatively simple game, right? In terms of like its straight narrative and its very strict structure of endings. But it is a very cultural piece in terms of
So I know that each
the sort of collective consciousness around this game, the discourse that can surround it, all these secrets that people share with one another. It's very cool.
Means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
Okay,
So
can we actually
from the right,
walk backwards?
Let's ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
Oh, and
Our
all of a
destiny
sudden, the door on the
awaits.
right is actually the correct one, is it?
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Have we really been here for 16
Confusion
minutes?
ending.
It feels like
You're
it's
telling
all
me
16
this
minutes every
is?
time.
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
What, the noise?
Well,
Did
what if I
it?
don't
Yeah,
want to
it
forget?
jump scared me.
My mind goes
Can you
blank
imagine
simply
my
because it's written here
tired
on this
brain actually at the
thing
4 in the morning?
wall. Well, who consulted me?
I got
Why
startled
did
both
I get to
times I ended
decide?
up here.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this.
By the
I
way, there
won't
is a little bit
restart
of
the
a
game. I won't
defiance.
do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we
So the
break the
confusion
cycle?
ending is
The,
like described in
whatever it
all
is that
these
made this
steps,
schedule.
but we actually
How will
skip
we even know?
steps
Will
6,
someone come for us?
7, and 8.
Will something happen?
Meaning that, is this really the confusion ending,
So,
right? That is also one of the implications.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination.
Actually, we're
or
skipping
the journey.
5 as well,
They're
I
always
guess.
saying that life
Or
is about the journey and
do
not
we?
the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime,
Yeah, this is great. I love how the subtitles also don't give it up. So, where do we head now then? What is actually the place we can find the secrets? Right door, okay.
all of his co-workers
Hallway.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sorry. There is some symbolic to that as well,
When
right?
Stanley came
Like,
to a
we
set of
played a
2
lot
open
with right
doors,
door.
He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, oh well. Office is right. The painting is gonna haunt me now. The replaced one. Oh yeah, there is this the adventure line. I can see it. So it's not a chance, or is it? Am I really that lucky? Relatively lucky. It's also 4B9. That is a very odd number. All the other ones are just numbered. This one has a letter in it. And so there's nothing else to do. Just like we see the adventure line. Is it?
It was okay. But
Left
eager to
corner,
get back to
bottom
business,
of the warehouse.
Stanley took the
Sure.
first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Left corner of the bottom of the warehouse. Do I take the lift, or can we look? Okay, I'm not. By the way, I don't know if I read the wiki correctly. Is there a way to... Okay, I will. Although, is there a way to safely descend to the ground? Yeah, I will be looking at the corner.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Okay.
I'm not asking for me.
Not now, unfortunately. It doesn't.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Between those two
To put
doors. You
your
mean
work
between the...
aside,
Okay, yeah.
To let her back into your life.
Yeah, I wish we could
She's
go
been
down there.
waiting.
Oh my god, I love that area down there. I don't know why. There's like this hint of the freedom, right? And so, but there's no like cheating, right? No? If you listen to the phone. Really? Do we go through the warehouse? Oh, there's a
That's her, Stanley.
Wow.
You
Okay.
need to be the one to do this. To reach
Unplug.
out to her.
Okay.
If you can Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white.
I don't remember a lift, by the way,
Not
though.
picking up the phone
And then
is
jump
actually
onto the
somehow
floor
an
and not
incorrect
die.
course of action.
Okay.
How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices?
Okay.
What did
Yeah,
you-
the platform.
Wait
Okay.
a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so
Well.
mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp
Slip out of the
severity
lift
the
before it
situation?
closes.
Well, I
Okay,
won't
so
have
I
that
don't
kind
know.
of
I
risk
guess
on my
I'll stay
watch.
by the
I'm
door
going to
or
stop
the
game for a
fence
moment
door
so we can
or
educate
whatever
you
it is.
properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh no, the instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this
Oh,
scenario,
okay. All
a
right.
hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
A back sack and crack. Like, what does that even mean?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Oh wow,
Welcome
great.
back.
It's
You may
all
have
broken.
noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
I do wonder if like the deluxe edition will actually address some of these unintentional escapes. There is a very obvious unintentional escape in the mind control room, isn't it? Like where it's actually required for speedrunning this game, but you can just drop down from the railing and stop the game in its tracks entirely, which is kind of weird. I don't know. So let me see. How can we approach this? I feel like I'm gonna fail immediately. It's gonna be so embarrassing. Where does it trigger? Where's the trigger line? It feels like I shouldn't be backing in this carefully, because come on. Nope. Not far enough. Hold on. How far do I need to go? I need to go very deep, I see. Oh my god. This is impossible, isn't it? Oh, no! No, I was so close. Well, it's
Jumping
not.
off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Right.
That story would make no sense at all.
I
We just
guess.
need to get you home as soon as possible
I guess so.
before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I can just reset the game at this point. Can I not? Hopefully. Although it's very, very long to get there, and for basically no payoff, right?
And constantly needed
Yeah,
support
yeah,
and guidance
okay.
from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Can we actually
Perhaps he
skip
wanted
the
to stop by
instructional
the
video?
employee lounge
I
first, just
know
to
you
admire it.
probably can, but
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad
for
at following
yeah, the
directions,
payoff
it's
of an
incredible he
achievement.
wasn't 5
You're
years
right.
ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off
sorry.
on the wrong foot here.
I already got
I'm not
there.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
I
but
don't
the
think
fact
this is going to
that
be
the
the
story
successful
has
try.
been
So
about
anyway,
nothing but you
the
all
dots.
this time.
We will go
There's
back.
someone you've
Don't
been
worry.
neglecting, Stanley.
Again, we've
Someone
got
you've
time.
forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
How's your Tuesday been going, by the way? How come you have all this time in the world to watch the stream
To put your work
of someone
aside,
random
to let her back into
at
your
that?
life. She's been waiting.
Right.
That's her,
Unplug. Unplug.
Oh no! You can't. Did
No
you
school.
just unplug the
Oh,
phone?
so you
Now, that
go to
wasn't
school
supposed
yet?
to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Well, you would have had 3
No,
days
it's definitely
anyway,
here, clear
wouldn't
as
you?
day.
It's July.
Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in.
I don't know why, but as I get older, I assume everyone else is also
Actually
getting
somehow
older.
incorrect course of action. How is that even
Really,
possible?
no summer
None of these
vacation. So
decisions
what are
are
you,
supposed
like
to mean
university
anything.
student,
I
or
don't understand.
where are
How
you
on earth
from
making
actually?
meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
I should
How had not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real
Austria.
person.
You're a neighbor actually. You have the same time
I
zone.
can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely
Yeah, that's
ignored even the most basic safety
that's
protocol
high school.
for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
Depending
well,
on-
I won't have that kind of risk on my watch.
Well, it's
I'm
either
going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on
and
safe
I don't know
decision-making in
either. I don't know
Please
British
observe
English,
this
which is
helpful
the
instructional video.
European. Well,
Choice.
actually, maybe.
It's the
Oh, I
best
cannot
part
mute
of
the
being a
game.
real person.
Unfortunately, on
But
this
if used
keyboard. Oh, yeah, I
incorrectly,
can.
can also be the most dangerous.
I
For
didn't
example,
mute it for the
in
stream.
this
did I?
scenario,
Hopefully
a
we don't.
hypothetical
Is
real
the
person
audio
named
balance all
Stephen
right?
has a
By the way,
choice.
I don't
He
know.
could
Can you
spend
hear me
years
well
helping
through
improve the quality
the
of
in-game
life for
dialogue?
citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically
Okay, it's
set
alright.
fire to
Perfect.
every orphan living in a
Actually, I
30
muted it
kilometer
for
radius
myself
of his
because I'm
house.
getting distracted
Which
by the
choice would you
dialogue
make?
often.
Remember that unlike
You
here,
skipped a
the
grade,
real
so it's not
world
high
makes
school.
sense, and at no
Well,
time
if you
should
skipped
you
a
make
grade,
a choice
you might
that does
actually
not conform to
have gotten
rational
into
logic.
high school.
If you find yourself speaking
Or
with
maybe
a
not.
person who
Like,
does not
you're
make
still on the
sense,
same
in
school
all
you've been
likelihood,
since
that
like
person is
7
not
or 8
real.
years old, right?
Allow the person to finish their thought, then
Yeah,
provide
so
an
I don't know
excuse why
British
you
English
cannot
very well
continue talking.
either. No,
Turn
you
to a
are
partner and practice saying,
secondary
"My goodness,
level
is
education.
it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a
So yeah,
bag,
there's
sack, and crack."
kindergarten, right? So that's for the very small children, and that actually comes from
Excellent.
German, so you
Making
might be
choices on a
familiar with
regular
that.
basis
So
is the
that's
best
for
part to a
babies.
healthy decision-making
Then you've got
process.
elementary school
Most medical professionals
in
recommend
U.S.
making at
English
least
at the
8
very
choices
least.
per
Then it's
day.
elementary
Do
school.
you
That's
make
the
more
first
than
level
8?
education.
Less?
That
And
is
finally, if you begin to wonder if
basically
your
where you
choices are
spend
actually meaningful
most of your
and whether
time,
you'll ever make
where
a
you spent
significant
9 years,
contribution to the world,
and you
just
don't have to
remember
spend 9.
that in
I
the
don't know,
vast
at least
infiniteness of
the
space,
standards in
your
your
thoughts and
country,
problems are
but in
materially
our country,
insignificant,
after
and
5
the
years, you
feeling
can
should
actually
subside.
decide
At this
to
time, your
go
instructor
to the
will guide
secondary
you in an
education,
exercise to
and
test
that
and
would be high school,
reinforce the material covered in this
in
video.
American English again. And you can go there after 5 years of elementary school, or after 7 years of elementary school, or after the full 9 years of elementary school. Actually, it would not be secondary education at that point because, well, it might be. I don't know how the levels are. It doesn't matter. But you're very likely in high school then. But again, as I say, elementary school is where you spend most of your time actually. Is that true? It's not. It might not be. Because you may spend more time in grammar school depending on when you get out. But again, I don't know the school system in your country either, so that's also a factor. Okay, let's give it another shot here. By the way, if you're not gonna become a game developer, I'm gonna be very disappointed in you. Okay, let's try this. No. Okay, I should have some objective measure of where I was last time, where I started, So let's say we have the cross, I don't know, what is it, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 bars over the boxes is not far enough. Okay, so let's do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Let's actually do 10 bars over the boxes. That's not far enough either. No, come on.
We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main.
There's no sprint button, is there? So dots, huh? Oh, the blue one.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
It's a
simply
shortcut,
missed the map
at
when
least.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Well, you
and
might not
Stanley knew
be,
it
actually,
perfectly
but
well.
we'll see.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm sure there might be a trick another. So yeah, points, dots. You said something about dots?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Phone calls. All the phone calls. There are different phone calls?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Right here. And look to the right, okay. Onto the wall, or where exactly? I will keep looking to the right and go more right, okay. Right here. Through the fence. Okay. We'll stare through the fence like a dog. Should be 3 dots, like right now, or should they appear? Somewhere in that area. Okay. So I'm looking for them. Right now. Okay. Okay, I will. Black dots. Those are gonna be hard to spot, actually. On a wall. On a wall, okay. Are they together, actually? Or are they separate? And I have to find all 3 of them. Oh, yeah, I see the dots. I see the dots. That's it, that's just dots. This is so tense. Oh my god. What is this secret? Okay. That was just dots. we're we're desperate for more content at this point. Oh, the beginner's guide. Really? Didn't the beginner's guide actually come after the Stanley Parable? Did this come with an update or something? Yeah, that was Galactic Cafe as well. I believe they made just these 2 games so far. Right, and the beginner's guide came later, so this must have been an update, right, through a patch. I need to play that as well sometime. Hopefully there are no achievements that make me play it for 24 hours. Then the company closed. Oh, really? And who's actually making the deluxe edition then? Who's making the new game? Did they like pick up the rights for it again, or? I did not know that. I thought they're like banking off the. Oh, okay. Gross. That sounds familiar. but they haven't had a chance to make anything yet. I don't know why that sounds familiar, actually. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's... Oh, that's why then. Well, Accounting Plus doesn't ring a bell. Neither does Temple of No. But I've heard of the company through some sheer luck, it would seem. So they got together with them and decided to make a remake of this game, right? Again, not ringing a bell at all. These have to be some very obscure. Yeah. None of it sounds familiar. These have to be some very obscure indie titles. Also The Club, okay. Well, they've made a lot more than Galactic Cafe then. Okay, I guess I'll restart. No? Well, we'll try it again while we're here.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
not
mute
sure
the
how
audio
you really
in-game
are.
again.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
So
but
I
the
can
fact
chat
is
more
that the
easily.
story has been about nothing
So
but you.
yeah, so the new company is not actually
There's someone
called
you've
Crow
been
Crow
neglecting,
Crows
Stanley.
or Crows Crows
Someone
Crows.
you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Yeah, I know about the Blue
Not
Room.
asking for me.
That one I figured out, and also the papers. The papers, they don't mean anything. They're just like
Your
scattered
chance
on
to
the
redeem
floor.
yourself,
There's
to
nothing,
put
no
your
significance
work
to that.
aside, to let her
Is
back
there?
into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no,
Bam,
you can't.
unplugged.
Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice.
Yeah, I did
How you
unplug
do
the phone.
that? You actually chose
I do have to go
incorrectly.
through this ending
I didn't even
at
know
the
that
very
was
least
possible. Let me
again,
double-check.
eventually, because this one is interesting.
No,
3 phone
it's
calls,
definitely here, clear as
Paper
day.
Apocalypse,
Stanley picks up the
and
phone.
Rain
He's taken to his
SFX.
apartment where he finds his wife.
Really?
The two
Can
pledge
rain?
themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll
and
credits.
phone calls. So
Not
yeah,
picking
when
up
you
the
were
phone
referring
is
to the
actually
random
somehow
phone
an
calls,
incorrect course of action.
that's
How is
in
that
the
even
office,
possible?
outside, just
None of these
outside of the
decisions were
office.
supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you?
Okay,
Wait a
and
second.
which phone do I pick
Did I
up?
just see?
Okay,
No,
we will
that's
see.
Not possible. I can't believe
We
it.
go through there every
Why had I
time,
not
so
noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
that's bound to happen,
I
I
can't
think.
believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect
I don't know, I
choices.
think I will
And to think I've
Google
been letting you
myself
run
how
around
to
in
get
this
the
game for
impossible
so long.
achievement
If
as
you
well,
made any more
if you
wrong
haven't found
choices, you might
anything.
have negated it entirely.
We
It's
got
as though
time
you completely ignored
before
even the
this,
most basic safety protocol for real-world
instructional video
decision-making.
plays.
Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that
I
kind
always
of risk
forget.
on my watch.
I'm not
going to stop the
controlling
game
this.
for a moment so we can educate you properly
Who
on
the
safe
hell? I
decision-making
didn't turn
in
the
real
the
world.
edge on.
Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used
Stanley
incorrectly, can also be the most
Parable.
dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice.
What is it
He
called?
could spend
Impossible
years
achievement?
helping improve the
Unachievable?
quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations.
Unachievable.
Or
It's
he could
actually
systematically
unachievable.
set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at
Do I
no
look
time should you make a
stupid
choice
when I'm trying
that
to
does not
reach over
conform
to
to
the
rational
notebook?
logic.
I can actually
If
push
you
it
find
a little
yourself
closer
speaking with a
here.
person who does not make sense, in all
look
likelihood,
a little
that
less
person is not
stupid.
real. Allow the person to finish their
Gee,
thought,
did I
then
spell it
provide an
right? We'll
excuse
see.
why you
Google
cannot
will
continue
correct me.
talking.
Of course, thank you.
Turn to
I
a
did
partner
not
and
spell it
practice
correct.
saying,
It did not
"My
look
goodness,
correct.
is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more
I
than
do
each?
not have
Less?
any idea
And
what all
finally,
this stuff
if
means.
you
There
begin
is
to
a
wonder if
reverse
your choices are
engineered
actually
code that
meaningful
actually...
and whether you'll ever make a
don't
significant
worry, I can
contribution
exploit
to the
parts of it.
world,
You have to
just
meet a few
remember
criteria.
that
I
in
have
the
no idea
vast
what those
infiniteness
criteria
of
are,
space,
but they
your
are.
thoughts and
They change
problems are
over time.
materially
Anyway,
insignificant,
I'll tell
and
you
the
more about
feeling
this
should
later.
subside.
Well, thanks. That's a
At
great
this time,
guide then.
your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and
1 out of
reinforce the
15.
material
Oh,
covered
that's
in
what
this
you
video.
pointed out.
Ah, welcome back. You may
Oh,
have
and
noticed
1 out of
this
15,
room has
so
begun to
that means 1 out of
deteriorate as a
15
result of
players?
narrative
Okay,
contradiction.
I'll just...
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision making,
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
and
That's
see
fine.
what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Maybe trying to jump. Oh my god. Yeah, this is insane. There's a lot of... There is a developer... Grand PC, no hard feelings. It's no fun. Oh, Grand PC. That's the guy in the picture, right? Is there a quick load? By the way, how do you quick load actually? Oh, this might be mapped, right? Options. Keyboard and mouse edit keys. Well, now, how do you quick load, by the way? Console, extract, keyboard modifier. Yeah, I know you could turn it off. Enable, disabled. I have them enabled. Which option then? Quick save. I don't care about quick save. You can... Well, I can't find it. This is so weird. Because you can save the game, right? You can do save. But there's no load. There's no load option. So I don't... I've been so confused by that. Anyway. We'll see. Let's try this again. Yeah, the actual... There is a config option. I'm not gonna do that. I am very much afraid it will kill this game. Yeah, I will try that. Definitely, I will try that.
Now that choices are meaningful,
Oh
we
my God.
can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
So I don't know what I gleaned at the wiki actually. There was something about trying to jump on the boxes when you get the cold feet ending. I'm sure you know what the cold feet ending is very intimately. But is there actually something else than plunging to your death? Is there like an extra dialogue that I'm missing? Because yeah, I jumped, and of course that triggered a response from the narrator. But there was something about boxes, trying to climb on boxes. Is there something like that? So yeah, there's no actual consistent, legit way to... They've made several patches to change the way you can get unachievable achievement. So that's insane. We'll see. Yeah, I know that. But then, actually, what I read on the wiki with the cold feet ending, that there's something about boxes. I don't know, maybe I understood it wrong. Let me see endings. Cold feet. Okay, let's try to open it. I might
Stanley
quote you the
stood for a
passage.
long
Okay,
time in
yeah,
one
shut up.
spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
Oh yeah, this part, right? If the player hops onto one of the nearby boxes sticking out of the shelves, and then it's or hesitates jumping down entirely, the narrator will continue to harass Stanley into getting to the bottom, claiming that's not the Stanley I know, but I've actually heard that one. So what I actually tried to do, and okay, just stop me before we
The
actually
meeting
get
room. Yes, that's
through.
where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
So where's the phone call? In this very room? The very first one, or the one after the bend? In the very first room. Okay. Yeah. By the way, I want to see the animated fern. So we missed it on this run, did we? There's just this thing. The end is never the end is never the end. The end is never the end. So yeah, we can turn off computers. That's brilliant. So what is that would be like the phone would be ringing, or what am I looking for actually? Near the exit, huh? This one? Yeah, unfortunately, nothing. No luck. Okay, let's go to the warehouse again. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll pay attention to
Stanley
that
came
next
to a
time.
set of two open This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
But
well.
rain,
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
I feel like I
just
would
to
actually
remind
hear that. I would actually hear rain if that
was
triggered
okay.
at any point before.
But
It
eager
didn't,
to
so,
get back to business,
okay.
Stanley took the first
guess,
open door on his left.
I was just unlucky so far. But yeah, this is what I wanted to
Stanley was
kind
so
of show
bad
you,
at following
maybe.
directions. It's incredible he wasn't
guess you
5
know.
years ago. Oh well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
So yeah, I thought that you can actually try to get...
I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
He did sound a little like Emperor Palpatine there. Do it. Yeah, so I thought there's some significance to these boxes and that you can climb them somehow. I managed to climb these little boxes, but that does nothing, unfortunately. But I did find one thing. Okay, so hesitate altogether. What if I just stand here? Will it trigger the response, or does it trigger just after a timer? What, or maybe if I go back? I don't want to waste my time. I know I'm already doing that by playing this for 24 hours, but... But I did feel like I heard the dialogue. There is supposed to be extra dialogue. Anyway, I'm not gonna wait for it. Probably. Or will I? Yeah, so what I managed to do was actually prompted by this wiki thing. You can actually jump onto these boxes here, and it won't kill you right away. So I thought that there is a safe way to descend. Unfortunately, okay, yeah, you catch yourself here. That's fine. You're safe. Well, it will eventually, though. Yeah, it has a death trigger. So it doesn't matter how far you actually fall, right? I can climb down like this. Be safe. Yeah, okay. Alright. No fall damage. Right. So yeah, I fall from a much smaller height and onto a pile of boxes, and it actually kills me. Right here. Okay.
Looks
Wow.
like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
So I don't know how to trigger the extra dialogue that it actually talked about. Okay, let's keep trying for these.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So it's the phone call for 436, is it?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, alright, I'll try to restart for that. Oh my god, this hallway is different. This happened to me once again, and I actually thought that I managed to quick load my save, because this is exactly where I saved before. But no, it's just a shortened corridor. What is this? What is this sorcery? Why is the office missing? Give me my office back. By the way, you can very easily climb on these boxes. Well, I say very easily. I managed to do it once. It does? What does it have? There are some papers. Oh, there we go. ABC. Is that it? Oh, I can break the portal here. And what are these numbers? What is this exactly? X, Y, Z. A1, B2, C3. It's a coded message. Okay, well, I'm not decoder. Try going into 2 doors room and out again quickly. Oh, okay. Out again quickly. The portal breaks. Oh, yes. It actually worked. Oh my god. You're a genius. And again, something that is unaccounted for in the game. No description by the narrator. Now you are soft locked, yeah. So this is a very non-obvious soft lock, so that's good. At least that's cool. I would not actually expect any narration here. But yeah, this kind of plays into the narrative of the game. Like, yeah, all my choices are actually accounted for. Oh, is that really true with these sort of interactions? I wish there were Easter eggs for everything, but I guess that would be insanely hard to do. Well, I did break the random start, but it wasn't me who figured it out. It was actually Shiny Quarks who pointed that out. I did break it though. It does feel a little good. Confusion ending hidden room. I'm not sure. Like, there's a lot of rooms. There's someone who came to learn as well. Okay, I will begin the game again and we will show OHL 777 the room,
How
I guess.
long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Nope, no phone.
Minutes? Days?
No rain.
Centuries?
Not even the
Did
papers.
something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Let's go back into the confusion then.
Stanley came
It's
to
a
set
small
of 2
room
open
in
doors.
between the
He
corner
entered the
hallway
door
and the
on his
first
left.
office. in between the corner hallway and the first office. In one restart of the confusion ending. In one restart of the confusion.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
And confusion
Perhaps he wanted
is
to stop by the
adventure line,
employee
is
lounge
it?
First, just to admire it.
Yeah.
It was okay.
It's a world portal.
But eager to get back to business.
Oh no, okay,
Stanley took the
OHL
first
actually
open
knows
door
it
on his
as well,
left.
it seems.
And so he detoured through the maintenance
I have
section,
2 experts
walked
now.
straight
Oh my
ahead to
god.
the opposite door, and got back on track.
I have 2 people who can show me all the trivia of this
Stanley
game
didn't
now.
want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Oh, stairwell? Did I already miss it? No, 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 no. You mean the staircase after this metal sheet, right? Shell
no,
from
it's
Portal
to
2,
the right, my
right?
mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep,
What's
okay,
interesting
okay,
actually,
yes.
like
I've got it.
Half-Life doesn't
Story
have
is
the legs,
absolutely,
right?
definitely
You don't see your
this
legs
way.
when you look down in Half-Life 2. But you actually see your legs. Am I mistaken? Do you actually see your legs in Portal 2? Or can you actually just glean the model from the portals? Because I know there was a very specific idea right between the stairwell and the track room. I will try that in a second. The thing about Portal 2, I remember, or Portal, sorry. I remember the design team of that game actually talking about how they made very specific notion of that. How can Shell, a human, or Chell, I don't know how you call her, how can she, as a human, survive falls from such a height? And that they actually made braces, visible braces on her legs. And I know they actually made a concentrated effort to be for it to be seen on the player model. And I can't remember that if in Portal 2 or in Portal in general, if you look down, if you can see your legs, because you can't see it here or Half-Life 2. So you say if you position yourself right in between the stairway and the truck room. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. This is my shadow, huh? Where's the player model though? It's a broken shell model, okay. And you said I can actually see it in, yeah, one of the rooms in the confusion ending.
No.
Very
no,
creepy,
this isn't right
indeed.
at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a
But also
spoiler.
funny a
Quick,
little
Stanley,
bit.
close your eyes. Okay. Just
Okay, so
back to
we're
it.
on track. So somewhere in one of those restarts,
It's all
okay?
rubbish now.
Yeah.
The whole story
Or Chell,
completely
yeah.
unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this
Why?
nonsense,
By the
we'll
way,
just
why do I
restart
even
the
have
game from the
a
beginning.
model?
And this
I
time,
guess it's
suppose we don't wander so
technically
far off track.
necessary to have a model for the
From
player.
the top.
I can't be just a floating orb of nothing. Oh, source engine quirk. Okay. Which is weird. Again, you look down, you see nothing. The narrator also has a model. Oh my god. I want to see it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did mute myself. How did I do that? It's incredible. Sorry. What is crouching here for, actually? In this office?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
And
Stanley
where did
decided
you
to go
say
to the
the
meeting room.
world
Perhaps he had
portal
simply
is
missed a
then?
memo.
Oh, so you can actually recognize it by the crouching. Hidden world portal. Okay. Alright. In the first... You actually did find it in the first restart, did you? Oh my god, we're deconstructing this game to Oblivion and back. I went past it. Okay. So it's here, actually? Or it should be? The first room. Around the door frame. Around office? Between the corner hallway and the first office. So in this door frame. In the... Okay, I'm getting confused. There's too many doors. Too many doorways. If you spot the door number, tell me. Or if it's actually just the... This door. Okay, alright. This door frame then. Okay, we'll try the other resets. Is it always there, or can it be gleaned only sometimes? We'll see. We'll see. Let's follow the line. I mean the narrators. Wait.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Anything interesting in these hallways, apart from the fact that I always get lost for millennia and just have to wait till the narrator actually rethinks that this adventure is not worth having? Nothing interesting, okay, except for this picture of this gleaming smile. What is this? Always feels like I'm backtracking now.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've
At
ever
least we
been on.
didn't
I
loop
promise
back into
you,
the... Well,
there
okay,
definitely
yeah, we
was
did
a
loop
story
back
here
in here
before.
now.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
So there's loading. Oh! Yes, I can see it, I guess. I'm seeing the right thing, am I?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, Lord. You can walk on inside and then stop crouching. And I'm here, am I? And now I walk forward. I feel trapped. Yeah, definitely did on one of these resets. I thought that I could see the model actually, or was that the shadow? Were you talking about the shadow just? Okay. I am crouching. Which door frame? The back one? This one? Or the forward one? The first one? I'm sorry, the second one. This door frame, huh? So I'm crouched. Okay, I will try both. It seems like I'm actually here for good now. So it's so trippy actually. Oh, there! I see it, I guess. There is something going on. How did I? Oh my god, there was some ghostly presence. I don't know how I actually managed to. There it is. It's all, that's it. That's all there is to it. There's no better angle to it. Okay. It is very creepy though. It is, oh my god. Oh Jesus. It's gone again. My game files are broken. No way. Are they? Hopefully. Normally it's orange with a wooden texture. No. What is wrong with my game files? This is very ghostly apparition. Yeah. Maybe I don't have the textures because I don't have Portal installed. Speculation. Thoughts? Class? Write a 300-word essay, please. Anyway, where are we going now? We've seen this thing. Oh yeah, and the confusion ending.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yeah, we're going to the fern. Yeah, but do you have to do it directly after the freedom ending, or is it just after the ending? It doesn't matter when. Okay, we'll see. We have nothing but time.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
This is where a portal,
I
right?
can't quite recall, but I believe
But
my story took place in an office
at
building.
which point?
Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time.
It didn't work. Okay. I don't even know if I'm gonna recognize whether it's animated or not. Like it's moving, like it's slightly moving. Is that it?
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, you're going?
See?
Thanks for stopping by, actually. It was very fun with you around. I will have to say.
Here's a thought.
We killed a good hour or two.
Be our destination, even if there's no story there. Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Please no, don't. Oh no. And the fern room.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern
It's moving.
will be very important later.
It is
in the
moving a
story.
little bit.
Make
I don't know
sure
whether
you study it closely. and remember it carefully.
This
You
is
won't
actually
want to
the
miss anything.
animation. It is animated, so it wasn't like this for you, right? It was static. Yeah, it is animated. What is it? Because like we actually triggered the freedom ending. It's actually pulling the asset from there, I guess. It's like such a minor Easter egg. It's incredible. I want to find a new secret, something nobody ever found. I guess that's impossible. How old is this game actually?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story is... Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Wow,
Restart.
really? I'm glad I actually provided some value with my pointless 24-hour stream. That's good.
You know,
Maybe it's the
Stanley,
graphic
I'd say
settings.
forget the
Maybe
adventure
actually
line. What's it ever done
one
for
of the
us?
graphic
We're
settings
intelligent
disables it.
people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this?
Anything more to the confusion ending? Probably not, is there?
Now,
I mean,
yes,
probably tons,
this
but
is exciting. Just me and
beyond this
Stanley
point,
forging
if there's
a new
anything
path, a new
you can
story.
remember.
Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Well, I can't go anywhere else. I mean, I can't go into the ceiling either, so it's fine. We got rid of the line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And
Okay,
that, in
there's
turn,
just a
means
white
that our
screen
destination
beyond this point.
corresponds
And there's no way
with
to
that
go through the left door, is it?
counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes...
Oh my god,
by
I've
all
actually
accounts,
been
the
live
door
for
on the
almost
right
6
is the
hours on
correct
this
one. Another
iteration.
victory for logic.
I will need to
Come,
restart the
Stanley,
stream, I guess,
our destiny awaits.
so that it doesn't balloon into an insane size. Yeah, we cannot go through the left door anyway.
Oh,
16
what's
again.
this?
I'm not playing this mode every time for 16 minutes, am I?
You're telling me that's what this is? It's
This
all
is just
one
a
giant
predefined
We're
time.
supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind
Sorry
goes
about the
blank
bike. I don't
simply
know
because
whether
it's
you heard it.
written here on this
Okay, I will restart the game again, and I will actually restart the stream. It doesn't mean that I'm going anywhere. It's only 13:36 where I'm at. So 13:36 CEST or 1:36 p.m. So we have a ways to go. We have almost what is it? 10 hours. Well, over 10 hours to go. Is it? I can't math anymore. I've been awake for so long. Anyway, I will restart the stream just to cut the video length. So it's not like I'm heading out. I will be back momentarily in like 2 minutes. At least I'll stretch my legs, stretch my neck. That's probably the more important thing. And I'll be back in a minute, and we'll figure out what to do from then. We will probably want to try to get those Easter eggs in the first office, as well. So 2 minute break.